Welcome to the Wells Food Festival. So we've got a fantastic lineup of things happening over the weekend. What we'd love you to do is go onto our website, have a look at all our fantastic array of artisan producers. We've got over 150, an amazing array of delicious food which you can order online. There's a virtual shop. Tonight we've got a fantastic, wonderful, delicious virtual banquet involving some great chefs from around the UK, plus our very own Rupert, our head of food here. It's going to be a great event. I'll be there too with William Sitwell, who's comparing the evening. Don't forget, there's a little bit of prep to do in advance. Have a look in your booklet and you'll find what you need to do starting sort of mid-morning Saturday to make sure that when you join us at 6 p.m, you'll have everything nicely prepared and you can enjoy the evening and not be rushing too much. Anyway, let's get on with our festival. Matt Follas, MasterChef star, is going to be giving us a slow gin masterclass, not to be missed.
Hi, my name's Matt Follas. I won MasterChef back in 2009 now, so a while ago. Since then, I've been running restaurants, working as a chef. This is my latest venture. We've moved from Dorchester to Sherborne, and this slightly dishevelled state is my new restaurant, Bramble Restaurant, which will be opening at the end of October. I do a lot of foraging courses, and one of the questions I'm always asked at this time of year is how do I make sloe gin? So I'm going to do a brief demo on how to make sloe gin. And I've also got a twist on that, a sloe whiskey, which I add a little bit of star anise to, and that works really, really well with sloes as well. So we start by adding our sloes, which are, I'm not sure the technical term, they're like a variety of plum. If you can't get sloes, and most of what I'm doing you can do with plums, especially if you can find wild plums. Damsons are great, sort of old Victoria plums. If you go to an old railway line, if you go and find an old railway line, it's the best place to find wild plums. Because in the good old days, people would go out for a day on the train, they'd eat the plums, they'd throw the seeds out the window, so you'll find plum trees, apple trees. And in the spring, they used to eat strawberries, and they would deposit strawberries, complete with fertilizer on the track, and so you get wild strawberries growing along old railway lines as well. Best place to go foraging. So what I've got is some sloes that I've picked. I've also got a few rose hips. Rose hips are fantastic as an infusion. You can also make a syrup with them, but I always add a few rose hips to my sloe gin, and what it does is it lightens it, adds a bit of brightness to it, and that brightness means that I can use less sugar. Same when I'm making jams. If I'm making a berry jam, I always add a little bit of rose extract to it. So if I'm making a classic jam, 500 grams of mixed berries, I will add, traditionally you'd add 500 grams of sugar. I'll add about 350 grams of sugar and just a little bit of rose extract, and you get a lovely bright jam that tastes of the berries much more than tasting of sort of cooked sugar like a lot of jams do. Right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to add, fill the jars up about half full with the sloes, add a couple of rose hips to it, don't need very many rose hips, and then we're going to add some sugar. And then we're going to add the booze to it. So to the gin one, I'm adding vodka, because as everybody knows, gin is flavoured vodka. So we'll add vodka, we'll add some juniper berries, juniper being the gin flavouring, and we'll also add a little bit of lemon. A classic gin is juniper berries, citrus, and a little bit of spice. And in this case, the sloes will overrule any spice we might add to it. So we're not going to add the spice, but we'll add some nice fresh lemon to it, and we'll add the sloes, we'll add the juniper, and a reasonable amount of sugar. For me, we're using about, I think these are about 700 grams, so I'll add about 200, 250 grams of light brown sugar to it. The other version I'm going to make is a whiskey version, and whiskey takes a little bit of spice with it, so we're going to add a little bit of star anise to it, and that will just season it really nicely. About the same amount of sugar, so we'll end up at the end of it with a nice liqueur flavour, which is what we're looking for from a slow gin or a slow whiskey. Okay, right, let's make some sloe gin. So to make sloe gin, obviously we need sloes. I've got a nice bowl here that I picked a couple of days ago. Sloes, to pick them, if you look at sort of a lot of guides online and folklore will tell you to pick them after the first frost. The first frost in Somerset and Dorset is long after the birds have eaten all the sloes. So pick them when they just start to pucker. And by pucker I mean when they start to look a bit like raisins. So the skin just starts to come in. As soon as some of them start doing that, good time to go and pick them. That's now. So that's first, second week of October is the perfect time. If we've had a really hot summer, you might be picking them mid-September, and obviously might be a little bit later in October if it's been a bit of a miserable one. So this year is about normal. So pick a whole bunch. You need a reasonable amount of them and put them in the freezer. So don't have too much. I've got a few leaves and things in here which won't do any harm, but pick them, put them in the freezer for at least 24 hours. And what the freezer will do is it'll do what the first frost has done, and it sweetens them, so the proteins in them change slightly, so they become a little bit sweeter, and the skin becomes soft and will often split. So again, you'll see a lot of guides online where they tell you to prick them with a pin or a needle. You don't need to do that. You can see a lot of these are just starting to break up, and as they defrost in the gin mix, they'll break up a little bit more. We're infusing for a long period of time. You know, to infuse something like rose petals takes 1 or 2 days. We're infusing a stone fruit here. So a stone fruit, you want to infuse for a good few weeks typically. Something like sloes, where we're trying to get all the flavour out of the skin, then we're looking for at least a couple of months. So now's a really good time to get your sloe gin ready for Christmas or even January, February. It's getting really, really good by then. So I'm going to put some into the jar. So I said to add a few rose hips, so I'm going to find myself a couple of rose hips. I've got a few leaves in there that I will pick out as I go, but I'm not going to worry too much about it. That's about enough. Give it a shake, get out any bits of leaf and stuff. If you're going to drink it, you can drink it straight as it is, or what I would recommend you do is you decant it and drink the liquid, drink the sloe gin. The berries are fantastic. You can either use them in something like clafouti, so look up a clafouti, which is like an almond Yorkshire pudding, so a sweet Yorkshire pudding, and you just dot them in it. They're delicious in that, eat them in that. Don't eat the pips. The pips have got quite high levels of cyanide, so don't chew the pips, but you can spit them out, or you can safely swallow them. So don't be too paranoid about them, but never ever grind them up and use them to try and speed up the process. The other thing to do with them, a really good recommendation I've had from a couple of people, is to use them in something like a port, so a sweet port. Don't use the expensive stuff, get the stuff from the bottom shelf, and you'll get a second infusion in that port, which is absolutely delicious. So you get a lovely sort of slow port, which is sweetened by the sloe. So I'm just going to put sort of 1 wedge of lemon in there. I'm going to add some juniper berries as well, because as we know, or not know, gin is just juniper flavoured vodka. So we're using about half a teaspoon of juniper berries. That will be enough for this size. We're going to add some sugar. So for a jar of this size, probably almost about the same in terms of how it looks in the jar. So we're almost filling the jar up with the sugar. So quite a lot of sugar, but you'll need that to balance the really tart flavour of those sloes. And then we fill it up with vodka. So simple to do. Put the lid on. And there we have our sloe gin. Put that on the top shelf and leave it till Christmas. Have a taste of it at Christmas. Absolutely delicious stuff. You can turn it a few times just until that sugar is fully dissolved, but just leave it to settle. It will go a dark brown, absolutely delicious. The other one that I was going to make was pretty much the same thing, but we're going to use a whiskey. With the whiskey, we're looking for a much richer flavour, so I'm not going to add the rose hips to it. But we want about the same amount of sloes. So again, nearly half the sloes. We still want the sugar. So it looks like a lot of sugar, I know, but you do need it. We're not making health drinks here, are we? And then your star anise, I would only add sort of 2 or 3 segments of the star anise. Too much of that and it's just going to taste really licoricey. So you just want a little bit of that just to round the flavours out nicely. And then the whiskey, I'm just using a blended whiskey. Again, bottom shelf of the supermarket is perfectly good enough for doing this. And with the vodka that we used, again, that was a supermarket owned brand. Vodka by definition is a flavourless liquid. So you can spend an awful lot for an expensive vodka. To be honest, most supermarket vodkas are very good quality. They've all been triple distilled. Some of them, the one I use, Tesco's own, it's won international awards. It's a very good vodka. The whiskey, we're not looking for a quality whiskey because all the nuances of a single malt or an expensive whiskey are just going to be overrun by the flavours of the sloe. So again, give that a little shake, get the sugar starting to dissolve. It will dissolve over the next week or two, and we'll end up with a lovely whiskey, or slow whiskey liqueur at the end of it. Thanks for watching. If you've got any questions of what you're picking particularly, like anything to do with foraging, always be 100% sure of the berries that you're picking. If you don't know your rose hips or your sloes, then get somebody who does to come with you, and make sure that you pick the right things. Apart from that, it's really simple. Enjoy it, leave it for a good few months, and cheers.
When I think of craft, I think of two things. I think of something that's very handmade, and I think of a sense of history. Craft feels like something that is a tradition that's being handed down. Cheese making obviously employs both. The best cheeses are made when you can feel what's going on with the milk, because you're having to use your eyes, your hands, all your senses. So it's a craft because it's made by hands, by people. You can't just walk into a dairy and pick up a recipe and make a good cheese. It's a science, it's an art, it's an instinctive thing, it's everything. Craft is about that. It's about the passion that you have for something to be the best it can be. The Somerset pastures are perfect for dairy cows, which is why it's the home of cheddar. Tom is always interested in a sense of terroir, so he's trying to express the quality of the pasture land that they have there.
What we're really trying to do is just get this flavour of a specific place and area. We've got this absolutely stunning little corner of the world. Somerset is very good at growing grass, and wherever there's grass then you tend to find a good dairy production. First of all, it starts with the soil. I mean, that is the start of everything. Soil sounds like the most simplest thing. It's essentially kind of mud with a few like bacteria and microbes and the organic matter going in there, but it's so much more.
Good. Yeah. We always had flowers. I mean, it was red clover mostly in the...
Westcombe Dairy is unique because we are pushing towards a really, really diverse grazing lay, so letting nature take its path a lot more with the growing of the crops.
But it does show more of the diversity, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So you've got Timothy, you've got perennial ryegrass, you've got a bit of Italian in there.
The more variety the cows eat of herbage, the more different types of plants in their grazing sward, the more interesting and flavoursome the cheese will be. So much of British cheese making is tied up in very commercial production, which is a million miles away from what we're trying to do. We want to produce a food that reflects the seasons. Much like really good wine, you're tasting a bottled memory of that year, and cheese is basically a bottled memory of every day.
It's done what I think it should do.
I started farming 50 years ago, and in those days there was a lot of incentive to produce a lot of food. And I think we probably did damage to the land. So what we're trying to do at Westcombe is revitalise that.
Yeah, I think it's worked well as an experiment.
The soil is the most important thing. Without soil you can't grow crops.
There's ribgrass, it should have chicory in
down
it.
the line as well.
I think that the sustainability of the soil will make a lot better cheese. It's a lot better for our environment, and it's a lot better for our children and grandchildren. It's a vitally important thing to do.
In the past, there would have been thousands of people making cheese across the country. Every dairy farmer would have had their liquid milk sales, and often the farmer's wife would make cheese at home. During the Second World War, the rationing was introduced, and so people were encouraged to make a very standard style of cheese. When rationing ended, there was a lot of expertise, a lot of knowledge that was lost because people didn't go back to the old ways of making the cheddar on the farm for themselves or for their family. Westcombe is quite interesting because they did try block cheddar for a while, but soon decided that There's not that much joy in making something that you don't love. So they changed from making block cheddar to cloth-bound artisan Somerset cheddar.
When I was 16 and we went on holiday to the Loire Valley, my family rented a house on this little farm and the farmer just took me under his wings. So I did muck spreading and ploughing and I was so happy. Just did nothing else. My family went off and had holiday and my holiday was at the farm. Initially I was really into tractors. I wasn't that bothered by the food that you get from tractors. Like, yeah, bread, it's all right. But I really, really loved what cows produced.
To find a herdsman is difficult, but then to find a herdsman who's got a degree is very difficult, and then to find a herdsman who's got a degree in the influence of pasture on flavour of cheese. I think there's only one of them, to be honest, and that's Nick.
He's a very innovative, passionate herdsman. He's certainly not someone who's going to do things the way they've always done them. He's going to try different ways of grazing, different ways of looking after the animals.
I really like milking. It's a daily harvest. Arable farmers, they harvest lots of their crops in summer and the autumn, and I harvest my crop twice a day. It's the same way if you've ever done any gardening and grown vegetables in the back garden or something. It's ingrained in us that we want to produce food, so it's a real privilege to be able to do that.
And most farmers couldn't care anything what the milk flavour's like, but he does because he's made cheese. He will get that and be very interested in producing the right milk. He was very much like me. He comes from a non-farming background.
Music was always part of my life. I think I went to my first concert when I was 9 days old and played in front of people the first time when I was 3 years old. When we finished school at 18, we signed a record deal and we did a couple of albums. And then from there, I did quite a lot of session work as a drummer. I vividly remember every time I'd land in a new country, as we'd come into land, I'd always be staring out at the farmland and trying to see what the farming was like. By the time I was in my mid-20s, I felt the call of the cows again.
If you're going to make really good cheese, you have to have really good milk. You're not going to get really good milk from animals unless they've had a good, healthy life.
I think happy cows will give happy cheese and good cheese. And if I can walk around at night, as I do before I go to bed every night, I walk around the cows, and because they look well, I have a smile on my face and I know that they're comfortable. To be a farmer, you need a really good relationship with your animals. They're part of your family. It's not just a thing, it's a living being.
This is pumpkin, I think. Is this pumpkin? Yes. Hello. Hello. I really, really enjoy working with cows. I have more interaction with cows than I probably do with humans. Just because of the nature of the job. They're like cartoon characters quite often. Just their complete obsession with food can be very, very hilarious. How similar they are to humans how I think I've learnt more about fellow mankind working with animals than I ever have with working with other humans. You put cows in a lovely, luscious new field of grass, and within 10 minutes you'll have cows putting their heads over the fence trying to get to the other field, just because the grass is always green on the other side.
The thing I love about chilies is they're all different, they all taste different, they all smell different, and they're all different shapes and sizes. And these are the ones, they're like a cross between chili and peppers. They're like the things they make.
I was in the lounge watching The Naked Chef, Jamie Oliver. I looked at the telly, as you do, for inspiration about when Dad came in and said, right, come on, what are you going to do with your life? You've got to decide something, let's try and work it out. And I thought, wow, that looks good, I'll be a chef. So I went up to London and learned how to cook, really. At that stage, Dad decided to get back into the traditional cheese making, and they were having struggle selling the cheese. So I decided to come down and give him a hand.
He came here, and then Randolph Hodgson from Neal's Yard Dairy was doing a tasting that day, and he said, come back up to London with me and I'll teach you cheese. So he was here for a day and he went straight back up to London, so he wasn't here for very long.
I worked at Neal's Yard Dairy for about 9 months, and then worked really hard selling our cheese, and realised the reason why I was working so bloody hard to sell the stuff is because it was not very good. So found myself getting drawn more and more into the dairy to try and make it taste better. We also make the Duckett's Caerphilly with a girl called Jemima Caudle. So she has a doctorate in biochemistry from Oxford. That's really handy if you want to be a cheesemaker. So that was when we kind of started to put a bit more of the science behind what we were really doing. And when I was making the cheddar and she was making the Caerphilly, I'd be kind of taking it over and saying, right, okay, so tell me what's going on here. That's when, people started to get a bit more aware of what we were about.
What up, food tubers? Okay, so today we're going to do an experiment with one of the best cheesemakers on the planet, from Westcombe Cheddar, Tom Calver.
Jamie's been a huge fan of what we do, which I'm hugely grateful for. Somebody that you've respected for your whole life and stuff, to kind of turn up and say, oh, good job. It's massive.
Look at that, that is a proper cheese right there. Now,
Because Tom was trained as a chef and I was trained as a farmer, that's a very good division. We've never had a serious argument. We will not agree with each other sometimes, and we'll discuss it and work it out. It must be said that more often than not, he tends to be right, which is frustrating. But I've learned a lot from them. I've been very lucky having someone I can work with who's so passionate with what he does. And we are lucky, yeah. It could be so different.
We have raw milk coming into the dairy, and we have people. And the relationship between the raw ingredient, the milk, and the person is where the magic happens.
It's endlessly fascinating. You have 4 ingredients. You have milk, salt, rennet, starter cultures, and from that you can make a world of different flavours.
There's a huge influence on flavour about the decision making on every single aspect of when you're gonna cut, when you're gonna texturise, how far you're gonna stretch it, what kind of things you're gonna do. That is the art. That is the art, the artisan.
This side of cheese making, or any artisan craft, is good because you're essentially keeping hold of the old traditional ways of doing it. I mean, nowadays it's too easy to get a machine in there. With us here, it's all handmade. You see it from the liquid state, and then you go through the whole process and make it into a cheese, so it's quite rewarding.
We're constantly questioning what we're actually doing and is this right? It's so difficult to tell because if you think about it with a cheddar, what we made today, we won't see until it's ready, which is this time next year. That's why it's such a complicated equation to get a really decent, beautiful tasting cheese.
I need to go into the store and select some cheese. I need to grab Jason to help me with that.
Yep. It's far out.
When we taste through cheeses, we tend to taste one cheese per batch, and that will give us the beginnings of a blueprint of what that kind of day was like. It's a bit like if you were a chef and you were to send something out to the restaurant and you hadn't tasted it. That is a disaster. So this one's an August one. It's got another couple of months. I mean, it's good. I mean, it's got a really nice body about it, and the flavour profile's like, yeah, it's nice and balanced. Yeah, it's surprising actually. I was quite pleased.
Once the cheese is made, he wanted to create the best environment he could for them to be looked after.
So you can imagine going to your dad, who has been farming for years, and saying, oh, I want to build a cave in the side of the hill. It's a fairly ambitious thing to want to do, but he made it happen. And then he goes and commissions the first ever cheddar turning robot in the UK.
We have Tina the Turner, bless her, the cheese turning robot. Turning a cheese over is a necessary job, but actually the physical act of turning it over, there's nothing artisan about that. When you've got 6,000 cheeses to turn over, it just hurts. With the introduction of Tina the Turner, we are able to taste through every single cheese within that batch. If you think about this as a great big library of flavour, every single cheese has its own unique identity. Too much these days, you're looking at consistency and trying to make sure that everything tastes like you had it yesterday, and the day before, and the day before that. I don't know. It's not that inspiring, is it? I would be absolutely gutted if our cheese was just described as good and consistently good. Because who wants to be consistently good? Like, really? That's not life, is it? Done.
If you think how ubiquitous throughout the world cheddar is, it's amazing to think that actually that sort of very particular, made on the farm, cloth bound, complex cheddar, there's only 3 people in the world who are really doing that. People think they know what cheddar is, but what they know is what cheddar has become, whereas these cheddars are much more the real thing, the true origin of where cheddar started.
When we produce the best cheese, that, you know, that holy grail of cheeses, which is just perfect, absolutely 100% faultless, then we might as well pack our bags up and go home, and that's it, we've done it.
so my name's Helen and this is Neil. I'm a food stylist based in Somerset and Neil is a food photographer.
Today we're going to style a dish and shoot it here in my studio in the Old Mill in Wellington, Somerset.
Yeah, we're going to look at some nice seasonal ingredients. So we're going to cook up a lovely wild mushroom risotto and show you how we create a composition of the dish first and then introduce the food and a couple of tricks of the trade that we use along the way.
Yep, we're going to do a little bit on lighting, a little bit on picking props, and yeah, a few tricks here and there. Probably the first thing we would do before we take the pictures, obviously, is pick a nice surface that we're going to do the shots on. This is a really old door which I picked up at a reclamation yard, in Wells Reclamation Yard actually, so not far from where the festival would have been. And yeah, basically, once that's in position on a couple of old builders' stands, it gives me a nice position that I can get above and shoot down slightly. Today we're going to use flash, which basically replicates your window. So you can do exactly what I'm doing next to a window. I use flash. Basically it gives me a little bit of consistency and it means I can shoot when it's dark outside. So first of all, I bring in this, which basically is like a big piece of tracing paper. And what that's going to do is soften my light even more, so it gives it a really natural feel. You can buy something like this from a haberdashery, sort of piece of muslin or something like that, or ripstop material which you get on kites and things like that. But yeah, that's basically what that is. Or you could probably use greaseproof paper, maybe. Maybe not so big. What I'm going to do now is push a light behind here. What it basically is like a big flashlight which you would get on top of your camera, so it's a bigger version of that, and as you can see, it gives you a really nice soft light.
Okay, so now Neil has got all of his lighting set up initially and chosen the background. Got the risotto on the hob now, just occupying itself. We're going to work together in the absence of a prop stylist. We're going to look through Neil's props, see what we got, have a look at textures, get some nice layers in there, different colours that are complementary with the dish, and sort of work out a composition before we introduce any food at all. So that's what we're going to start with, and we're going to look at getting the chopping board in first.
Yeah.
Okay, so Neil's got a lovely box of chopping boards here of really nice textures, different tones and stuff. So we want something that's quite complementary, but also it's worth bearing in mind we want a little bit of contrast so we can get that layering going.
Yeah, these are my pride and joys, and I think that sits beautifully. Obviously, if we were doing something super clean, we wouldn't be having a rustic board. It would be tiles and marble, etc. But yeah. Today we're going full rustic.
Lovely.
So, yes.
So that's a nice big surface area as well for us to work on, so the dish won't be tight. We've got a nice area that we can also prop in and introduce some fresh ingredients as well. Yeah. So next we would probably go with maybe looking at the bowls and the props that the food actually comes in. So again, we're going for the more neutral rustic tones, but also bearing in mind what's going to be going into the bowl. So we go for quite shallow dishes. We like to call them plols. But it just allows us to have a little bit of colour and texture from the crockery, but also at the end of the day, the main focus needs to be on the food.
What we're going to do is just build it really, and also what we can do, because we're shooting tethered, which means I can get the picture straight away on the screen. We take a picture as we go along to make sure everything's looking good. I focused on the bowl, and with the ability of tether, I can shoot it from here.
Sometimes at this stage we just introduce an element in the middle of the crockery just so it helps Neil to be able to focus on something as well.
Yep, so take another shot. There we go. So I'm keeping the depth of field quite minimal, just to really focus on the food and try to blur out everything in the background. We're going to add some more things afterwards. It just gives it a nice feel as well. That's where we are at the moment. I'd probably zoom in just to see where my focus is. I'm focused kind of here. It's going out of focus in the front, out of focus in the back. And now we're going to prop it up a little bit more with some more textures. Linen's nice. So
nice complementary colour.
Nice complementary colour. Look at that. So it just adds another texture.
We often say about building a story, so obviously the concentration is on the food, but putting props in that make sense to the story, maybe not silly props we sort of have to rein ourselves in sometimes, and they don't make sense. They might look nice, but they maybe don't make sense to the dish, so it's important about sort of paring it back and choosing props that are appropriate for the dish.
Don't put a fork in a soup shop.
Exactly.
So again, we're just taking a shot as we go along, just to see how we're building that up. It's nice to get, lots of people fold up linen and put it in really neatly. I quite like it to be a bit messy. As you'll see later on, things will get messy. Okay, so what we're going to do now, Helen will tell you.
We've got a lovely pan. Obviously, Neil knows a lot more about this than me, but we have to look at props and maybe consider things like what side the light's coming in on, whether it's reflective, because that can be an absolute nightmare. So quite often we have nicely battered saucepans and metals that help us with that. But Neil will probably guide me as to where's best suited for these sorts of things with light direction, because obviously that's his forte.
I know exactly where that's going to go. Okay, so we don't want it to be the focus of the shot. We want it to be just in the background. I would say there. We'll probably have a bit of risotto in there. So that's what we're getting at the moment. So again, focus is on the dish. In the background, we're going to have that pan as if it's just been scooped out. So it's quite dark, it's quite moody. I quite like that. But as lots of people will probably know already, but I'll tell you, a piece of white card is really handy. Because if we wanted to lighten that up, we just do that and that just bounces the light back in. It might be that we do that, it might be that we won't, but that'll probably come just at the end when we put the food in. I'll take a picture, think actually it could do with a little bit more light, and then we'll stick that back in there. Okay?
Perfect.
Great. So we got a couple spoons.
Got a couple of spoons there. Again, not reflective.
Tarnished,
nice
old.
and tarnished and old and rustic, keeping in the theme as well, and obviously helps us with the lighting as well.
There you go. I'm going to put a couple of spoons in there. Do another test shot. Okay. What helps there as well is that the spoons are on the left-hand side and away from the light, so they're not shining really badly. And I don't want them to really show up that much. We just want them to give an idea. I'd never share a bowl with anyone, to be honest. But
2 spoons for you.
Yeah, 2 spoons for me.
As you can obviously see, we've probably gone about 5 minutes now and introduced no food whatsoever. So you can appreciate that, you know, things start to deteriorate quite quickly when it comes to food. So we like to get the composition really solid. I mean, there might come changes once the food are in and we introduce the ingredients, but generally we sort of, we get to this point, don't we, before anything, and then we know the food looks fresh, and that gives us, you know, a bit more time to play around once the food is in set as well.
Right, I think that's probably it. All we're going to do is introduce some raw ingredients in the background, as in the mushrooms, because they are so
beautiful.
Yeah. Look at these beautiful
So we've got
mushrooms.
a lovely range of textures, sizes, colours. Obviously things like these are beautiful to obviously have in shot, but you do have to bear in mind, again, the composition. You don't want to overload the shot. At the end of the day, it's all about the focus in the middle of the bowl. So it's all to enhance the image rather than to detract. So yeah, so we sort of put some in. They might work, they might not work, but we'll see.
Got a nice little bit of parmesan there, which we could maybe add into the shot. Again, not a key, not to be too much in the picture. Maybe back there, once we grate it a little bit onto the risotto, we're going to put a few mushrooms in that back. Yeah, I think we can probably be quite generous. These are lovely.
Those are
These
nice,
ones, aren't they?
Good texture. So always look at like colour, composition, textures. It all adds to the dish. It's everything that you want to see in a plate of food as well. So try and get all those elements in shot. And for the minute, quite often what we'll do is pop them in, see how they look. Neil will probably move them. But it's about working as a team and seeing what we've got, making it look natural.
That's absolutely fine. But what I would do,
Go on then.
is just add in.
Yeah, they're nice ones.
I do like these.
Yeah, they're great.
They're like not of this world, are they? Okay, maybe we'll just.
And quite often at this point, although I've got the risotto ready to go and it's just on the hob, just keep them warm. Quite often this is when I'm preparing the food, so that's why Neil's quite hands-on with this sort of thing. So it's quite good having a good relationship with the photographer, especially if you don't have a prop stylist.
So we're kind of nearly there for where we want the shot. I actually looking now, I didn't see that Parmesan looks a bit awful there, so maybe we'll bring it over onto the right hand side. Yeah, what do you reckon? Okay. There we go. Try that. Okay.
Brilliant.
All good?
So now I think we're ready for food. Okay, so now we've got a strong composition, it's time to introduce the food. So like I said before, we do this last minute so it keeps nice and fresh. It doesn't start to deteriorate, so thank you. So we'll remove the holding mushroom. So in here I've got a big bowl. Always cook a few extra portions for this sort of thing, so you have a bit of, a bit of ingredients to play around with.
So you can eat it as well?
Oh yeah, obviously. So we've got leftovers as well. I always cook elements, and in this case, the key element is the mushroom. So I always cook extra elements on the side as well. So as much as the recipe might look nice, sometimes it needs a bit of enhancement. And the idea is to tune the focus on the special ingredients, and this case is the mushroom. So I've done a couple of extras for the side. So this is a case of getting the, and quite often, less is more in this case. So I would never recommend pouring in anything into a dish. Always spoon in, so you have, a bit of a control over how much you pop in. You want to get those textures around the outside. So the idea is that you sort of spread it out. It's not in one massive pile. And like I said, once you've got some in there, then the idea is you can start introducing the extra elements. You start picking out the nice bits of, the nice bits of mushroom that are going to create great texture. And that one's got like a nice shape on there, so you've got good texture there. Like I say, you probably go for a little bit more just so it doesn't look too propped, so sort of put a bit more ingredients on the top. We want all the different varieties of mushrooms as well, so sort of pop those on the top. And you quite often want nice recognisable shapes, so these kind of things are really good to pop on the top because people can really define them as being mushrooms, so that's quite important. And then you've got some little bit of scraps that you can sort of texture it up with as well.
Just as we're going along as well, I'm spotting things like the spoons are too far out, so we're just hiding those a little bit.
So I'm just going to pop a bit more of the risotto in the pan as well, so it's all about building up the story so it makes sense. You don't need too much. Again, thinking about textures, so I'm just going to go back to the main dish. Just break up the edges. It's nice to see the individual bits of pearl barley and it not look too staged in that respect. We're going to dirty up that spoon.
Dirty up the spoon.
Yeah.
Okay.
Keep
I
it
think
in
we'll put it in the pan.
Keep it in the pan.
But
so again, you want to make all the props believable. Okay. So all our dishes as well, I will season at the end. Seasoning is a great way of breaking up block colours. So if anything's particularly white, it's good to break it up with some cracked black pepper. Even salt will do its job at breaking up colour. So that's quite important. And also if you use any herbs, They're great for sort of giving a bit more texture, but they are all things that happen at the last minute once we're happy with the composition.
And we're probably going to grate a little bit
Yeah.
of, I was going to say the Italian pronunciation, but I'll just say Parmesan. Now the shot, see where we are. You have to be careful with things like Parmesan or cheese because it's obviously very white and it hasn't got much detail on it. So
if you want to pull it back, then yeah.
Yeah, you just a bit of black pepper on it, breaks it up as well. And or we can use several things in there, bit of oil or something.
So I always buy the grinders so you can do it fresh. Quite often pre-ground black pepper is too powdery, so it's quite good to be able to do it yourself, and quite often these have a dial on them anyways to how coarse that you want it. But as you can see, that completely changes the bright white of the Parmesan.
Shooting as we go along. Now's the time that Parmesan is going to start to go a little bit wilty, isn't it, Helen?
Yeah.
So
we haven't got, yeah.
Yeah.
At this point, when the hot elements go in, then you've got to start sort of picking up the speed a little bit. So.
Okay, good.
Bit of parsley. Yeah. So any kind of green herb or even vegetables and things like that, salads, last minute with all of these, just simply because they just deteriorate. I mean, these lights these days aren't hot, so it's not too much of a problem, but it's more about the food. So once it goes on the hot food, then it does start to deteriorate a little bit. So
let's just try
not too much.
Not too much.
Bit on the deck.
Okay. So I'm zooming in really to see that I've got the detail there, and I'm looking, and at this point I would think to myself, I really like that, but just in my mind, just to satisfy my curiosity, I'm going to put a piece of white in there to reflect some back in. Now you can obviously rest that on a clamp or a tin of beans. I usually like to just put my hand in and give it a go. And if it looks better, then I'll put it in there permanently. So I'm going to swap between both to compare. I think. What do you like, Helen?
Well, I know you're going to side with being on the moody side.
I'm going to side with being on the moody side.
Yeah, I think it works with the dish. I think it works with the ingredients. So, but just looking at that composition, this is my favourite tool. Just a simple paintbrush. It can be a prodder, a poker, a brush if you need to put on oil, if you need to sort of glisten up ingredients and things. But you're just looking at basic things like stray herbs, if you need to break up areas that are looking a bit cloggy. Still looks natural, but nice and tidy and appetising. Okay, I'm out of frame.
Okay, one more time. Okay, so that there is our finished dish, and if I was ever giving a picture to a client, I would take more than I need in the picture. I mean, I've zoomed out there, it's a nice picture, it shows all the ingredients, but sometimes what the main focus will be is obviously the dish. So it allows you to crop in on the dish, and it allows you to have the wider shot as well.
So there we go, that's our final dish.
Thank you for joining us.
Hello, I'm Charles Dowding in my garden at Homeacres, Alhampton, between Bruton and Castle Carey, and I want to explain to you more about No Dig, this fantastic way I've developed of growing food, and it's what I've been doing for nearly 40 years now. And as I get older, I'm gaining experience. I'm actually doing a bit less gardening and more teaching, so that side of my life has become pretty strong, and I've noticed the world is getting very interested in no dig growing, which is so lovely because it's such a time-saving and efficient way to grow food. So let's have a closer look. Here we are, and I'm between two beds, no dig and dig. So every year, this is the 9th year of doing it, I'm comparing growth between soil which is not disturbed and living organisms in the soil fed on the surface with compost. And this one, more traditional in recent terms of digging, putting the compost in the ground, incorporating. And I grow the same vegetables in each bed and compare the growth. And it's always fascinating. I was doing this for 6 years in my previous garden, so this is 50th year of doing these side-by-side trials. And I find it as interesting now as I did at the very beginning, because generally speaking, there's a certain quality about the no-dig vegetables that you don't get there on the dig. And it's a fascinating tool to have for teaching people when they come here, because I do a lot of classes at Homeacres, and you can just see it, I think, almost just by looking at it, the quality of soil when you don't disturb it. And what traditional gardeners have found hard with this is that it's less work. And we live in a culture which has very strong underlying beliefs that if you don't work hard, you don't deserve a great result. Simply lay organic matter food on top of your soil, and it feeds the worms and all the other living organisms in there, and they do the work for you. So you're getting equal amount, if not better result, because they do it better than we can. That's the nice thing. So in fact, what you're looking at here, for example, this fennel, that's the 3rd planting of this year in this same space, because I'm not taking too much out of the soil by not disturbing it. And we had, before it was spinach, and then it was cucumbers, and now it's fennel, and I've put no more compost on since last December. This is nearly October now, and I don't use any feeds or fertilizers. I don't use any slug pellets. When you just let nature do it, life gets a lot easier. So I'll show you a bit more about that as we walk around a bit. And before anything else, I'd like to show you my compost heaps, because that's the heart of the garden where the engine of growth is prepared for the coming year. These are my compost heaps, which have 7 bays, 5 by 6 feet, 1.5 by 1.8 meters, and it takes us about 7 weeks to fill each one with waste produce from the garden and also other waste that I scrounge. And I put the dates out here. So we started this one the 7th of September, and it's now the 28th, for example. And that means that we put a lot of stuff in here and it just keeps going down, but it also gets very warm, and you'll see when I pull this out by the steam rising out of the heap. So that's produce that hasn't been in there for very long, and yet it's already turning into compost, because when you get it warm enough, the fermentation happens quite fast. The temperature's around 60 degrees. You need a lot of produce though to do that, a lot of waste, and this is the result where a heap I made and then finished 3 weeks ago, and actually you can see that it's not too soggy, it's still quite light and fluffy, but pretty warm again as well. That's feeling pleasantly warm to the touch. So that's still decomposing, and that will be there for another month or so, and then we'll turn it into here. So we do one turn, and then further down there is the result of compost we made in the early summer and spring that's now 3 and 5 months old, and that will be ready to go on the beds this autumn. So the idea is we're using all our waste, transforming it into something really valuable for the soil, and to see how that transforms into vegetables, let's have a look at some no-dig carrots over here. Actually, just in passing, I'll mention to you the this pile of wood chips, because you see how it's still warm. It's fermenting very nicely. This only arrived here, I wasn't expecting it, 4 days ago from a tree surgeon, and you can see how it's getting warm and starting to decompose already. And this is a free resource that's available to a lot of people if you've got somewhere just to stock them in your garden, because if you leave that for between 6 and 12 months, it can turn into not exactly compost, but something pretty nice and dark that I really like to put on my paths, actually, because paths is all part of the garden, and that's feeding the fungi in the soil. Particularly, this is fungal breakdown more than bacterial, so it's very good for that part of the soil life and the soil food chain. And yeah, keep your eyes open. There's a lot of free resources like that. So let's have a look at the carrots now. These carrots I sowed on the 13th of June, so that's 3.5 months ago. There was it was a bed of lettuce actually, and I managed to draw out some drills, sow the seeds between the lettuce. It's a beautiful thing with no dig because you've got no soil preparation. You can just pop seeds and plants in at any time that is convenient to you, as long as you can find space between plants that are still growing maybe. And because it's no dig, intriguingly, the carrots don't fork so much. They go down better. Pulling out a couple here just to show you. So these are 3.5-month-old carrots. Yeah, you can see, pretty nice. Variety called Bigham. This will be for winter use. You can see also how easily they're pulled out. So this is soil that has not been disturbed in any way. It's firm. I can walk on this bed here. You know, this is something that gardeners are not supposed to do. This is my carrot bed I'm walking on, and the soil is still firm yet open. The roots can go down, and that is the beauty of it. It all just happens without us trying too hard. I'm keeping this mesh cover on though because there's a horrible pest called carrot root fly, and if you want to grow your own food, you do need to be very aware of pests when they're likely to come. Most of my garden is not, well, actually quite a bit is covered now because of insects mainly, but you can grow a lot of food without covers and worrying too much about pests. It's just knowing which ones you need to worry about. Let's have a look next at my small garden, just a family-sized garden, where I can give you an idea of what you might grow in a small space. I'm in a space here which we call the small or family garden, and the idea is I'm growing 3 beds of vegetables, and each one has about 4 blocks of different vegetables, so 11 or 12 different types of produce available at any one time of year, and cropping all the time except in the very depths of winter. So in autumn now, these are mostly second plantings. The beautiful thing with no dig is it's so quick and easy to keep cropping, so you can finish one thing and pop in another. This was tomatoes here actually until last week, and under the tomatoes I popped in those spinach plants. So already we can be harvesting spinach like this, just taking off the larger outer leaves. And the tomatoes were here only very recently, so because of being able with no dig that you can put a new crop in while the old one's finishing, there's hardly any gap between taking your harvest. So there we have a nice selection of spinach leaves. Next to it is some endive, and a lot of salads I harvest like this, I'm taking off the outer leaf, not waiting for a big heart to form, and that way you can just keep coming back to the same plants for your harvest. Same here with mustards, for example. These are very pretty red mustards, and they're quite pungent, so you wouldn't want to eat too many. These are green mustards. These would be good in stir fry actually, and these were sown on the 4th of August, so that's 7 weeks ago. They've been only in the ground for 5 weeks and they've already got that big. There's a bit of salad rocket here as well. So very wide range of plants, and actually just going on a bit up this direction, there's some bulb fennel, which I'm not going to pick, but there's a bit of coriander. So there's the coriander, which again has been in the ground for about a month, and all being well that will survive the winter. A little bit of dill. Coriander's very winter hardy. So we've got a lot of flavour there in a couple of handfuls from this area. This is cauliflowers, which are going to survive the winter and will crop next spring. Kohlrabi there, which are going to crop this autumn. They followed beetroot, carrots there, which I sowed between lettuce, and then here's some of the current beetroot, which I do this thing called multi-sowing, where you transplant clumps, and then you get some bigger ones, some smaller ones. You can twist out any at any stage actually, but there's one that I'm just harvesting now. So this beetroot was sown around about 3 months ago, and this followed early potatoes. So this is second crop after the potatoes, and you can just take them anytime you like for eating now, or you could, some I'll leave to grow and then they'll be good for eating in the winter as well. So this is not only about summer food, you know, this is food all year round. And if we have a look at the leeks here, so these are hardy plants, and let's see if I can cut one out. These are multi-sown. Actually, that's a bit of a shame to do that. I should have used a trowel to do it a bit more carefully. But basically, there's a leek that's ready to eat, and with these multi-sowing, you can often twist them out. Oh, that just came out a bit better. And then, so you know, if you've never grown or harvested a leek, you can see how that wasn't difficult to pull out of the ground. It's not gone in very deep. With this multi-sowing, I'm not transplanting them very deep, but you still get a nice long stem. It's just a bit more green than white. Actually tastes really nice. And then if I put all these together with a few vegetables I harvested earlier, as they say, and you can see that we've got a very nice range of produce from the garden, grown without too much difficulty, including the carrots from earlier, and like tomatoes, they're growing in my polytunnel, so you can grow tomatoes outside like I did there, but for longer term tomatoes, and also big ones like that, a little bit of protection helps. So this is all grown in Somerset, very local. And chilies, they grew outside actually on containers over there. Red cabbage, that's grown all organic and naturally grown, full of flavour. I think this is one of the biggest differences with homegrown, is that you get a lot more taste, and that's what a food festival in this area is about. You know, our wonderful climate we've got in southwestern UK is actually really good for growing a wide range of produce all year round as well. So if you want to find out more about how I'm doing this, for example, and how I can explain to you to do it more easily, do check out my books. I've written 10 books now, and the latest one is all about no-dig and how to make it really easy. And also see my YouTube channel, because there's a lot of nice videos there that will tell you more about doing it.
So this is Chew Valley Distillery, based in Chew Magna, between Bristol and Bath. This is our new distillery, which is currently under construction. We are running today our pink or blush gin. The story behind everything in here is 6 months of growth. So we started in February of this year with our first London dry gin. We started distilling that in a 3-litre copper still. A month later, we had to invest in this still, named Kay, after Nana Kay. All our stills are named after females in the family, normally the middle name or someone really close to us. So this is Kay. Until July this year, she produced about 500 bottles of our London dry gin before we had to make the call to expand. So we've then moved from where this was set up in the Lazy Lobster in Chew Magna. We've gone full-time in this distillery now, which is being created as a distillery school, and will be a bar, hopefully open November, end of November, start of December. So we had Louise delivered in July. She's been run twice. So this is a 150-litre copper still, copper alembic still. She can make up to 300 bottles per run at full capacity. So we've ran her twice with London Dry at the moment. So Louise came in July this year. It was a real squeeze to get her in here, but everything's being built around her. So she will be here forever. She's going to be running eventually all of our gins. So we've got 4 gins in our range, starting with the London Dry. This was launched in February of this year, so February 2020. It's our first gin. We used 11 botanicals in this gin, starting off with these sort of things. So it all starts in raw materials. This is a juniper berries and coriander seeds. We've also got cassia bark, grains of paradise, and many other things. So this is a sort of a citrusy, real London Dry premium gin. The next bottle that was released is our apple and blackberry. It's real sort of local gin. So we get our blackberries from Pensford, a little place in Pensford, all hand foraged. And our apples come from just across the road, which is in Chew Magna. We've got a little orchard there. And kindly, one of the neighbours is letting us pick his apples, and it gets distilled into our gin. Going on to our latest release is our Navy Strength. So bottled at 59%, again, 11 botanicals. Super strong, but really, really nice. Is your premium gin, a perfect Christmas present. All of our bottles have got a label on the back, and our Edward the Goose does change his uniform and attire with each and every one of them. So we're having a little bit of fun with our bottles. And then going on to the last one. So this is the very, very latest release. It's not released yet. It will be when this goes out. But this is our blush gin. We've teamed up with a cancer charity called the Pink Ribbon Foundation, and we will be distilling this for the month of October for them, using raspberries and pink grapefruit for colour and flavour. So it's a sweet gin, a little bit pink, and £2 of every bottle is going to go to the Pink Ribbon Foundation. So every bottle we sell, £2 will go to the Pink Ribbon Foundation. Going on to our story, so we launched in February this year from the Lazy Lobster restaurant. We were only supposed to be making a house gin for the restaurant, and it sort of snowballed when the customers wanted to start taking it home and talking to their friends, and then we were getting orders. We quickly ran out of room up there, which is why we've now moved into this distillery, and we've got the stills behind us. So running today, we've got our pink gin, is running through the stills at the moment. We start with a neutral grain alcohol, which is fully organic from the UK, just outside of Essex. That goes into the still here with the botanicals, which steep for 24 hours. So they sit in there for 24 hours, steeping in the alcohol, before we take the botanicals out and put them in the column here. At around 80 degrees, the alcohol will vaporize, go up through the botanicals, out through the top, and into our condenser. So running through this condenser at the moment is cold water, which we're recirculating to save water. So we've created a tank behind all of this, which is constantly recirculating water to save it for the environment and for cost benefits. That water then cools the vapor, and out of this little spout, which in sort of 10-15 minutes time hopefully, we will have alcohol, about 81-82% alcohol. We then get that alcohol when we've got the amount that we need, using the best spring water that we think is around. So we use cheddar spring water to dilute down to, depending on what gin it is, so it's 43% for our London Dry, 41 for the apple and blackberry and the blush, and 59% for the navy strength gin. The first part of the gin that comes out is called heads, so we don't use those heads. So depending on what we're running with this still, we'll get about 5 litres of heads, and we turn that into hand sanitizer, which we're giving away for a sort of charity and anyone in need. So we get hand sanitizer is a byproduct of our gin, which we're giving away to the local community. So after distillation and dilution of the alcohol, we use a hydrometer to check the alcohol content within the gin. We use this hydrometer and take the temperature, referring to different charts, and that will tell us exactly how much alcohol is in each gin. And using the spring water, we'll make sure that we get to the alcohol content that we want for that sort of product. So label design is a nod to True Valley Lake. We've got the waves in there, we've got the swans and goose on the back. We hand label these, so there's 5 labels on each bottle. It takes around about 30 minutes for 10 bottles, so it's a labour of love. After they've been labelled, we write the bottle number and batch number on the neck of every bottle, and our navy strength gin also gets a small booklet which also says what still was used in distillation and who distilled that gin and the date of distillation. So it's a real labour of love, and after we've done the labelling, we give the bottles a good clean, and we also hand deliver locally or post for free online. So the London Dry, which was our first gin, is really versatile. It's been used in lots of different pubs and restaurants. Its versatility is key for going into your cocktails, so it's amazing for the likes of Negronis and a gin martini. It's also absolutely amazing for your standard gin and tonics. So mixed with any sort of premium tonic, you can add any sort of fruit you like, so raspberries, strawberries. To make it go a little bit pink, you can put some blackberries in there, so you've made your own pink gin, and you can flavour it any way you want. So it's a super versatile gin available on the website. Thank you very much for joining us today, and we hope to be able to welcome you to our little distillery here in Chew Magna very soon.
Welcome everyone to this Wondergut session on fermenting and why you might want it in your life. My name is Jo Webster and I run wondergut.com from the city of Wells. I became interested in fermenting about 6 years ago when I realised that microbes are this intervening factor between our health, the health of our soil, the health of our vegetables, the health of our earth and us with it. And I realised this amazing thing that they're intimately connected to our health, but unlike our genes, they are alterable. We can alter the microbes that are in us to better support our health, our mental health, our physical health, and our emotional health. And that blew my mind a little bit. But not only that, fermented foods taste magnificent. And they help us preserve vegetables and produce from the summer through the winter when we need those nutrients and can't get them from our garden in the same way. So today I am delighted to have a slot at Wells Virtual Food Festival to show you how to do this yourself. It is easy. There are some simple practical rules to maintain safety, and once you've seen me make this tomato salsa, you will know what those basic rules are to be able to do, to make your own ferments from a range of vegetables. It's not just about cabbage. So, what is fermentation? Fermentation is a process by which microbes break down sugars, sometimes proteins and other things too, but sugars in foods. And in doing so, they produce a very small amount of ethanol, alcohol, some carbon dioxide certainly initially, which is a lot of bubbling, but also the means by which we manage the process encourages the growth of a lot of lactobacillus bacteria, and they produce lactic acid. So that the process of fermentation is in a way controlled decomposition, and it is very, very similar to the process that's happening in our large intestine, the last bit of our gut leading down to our anus. So what we get to see when we're fermenting vegetables is a mirror to some extent of what's happening inside our guts. And this process to me is completely magical because you can't see them, but on these vegetables are microbes. There's Klebsiella, there's E. coli, not the dangerous kind generally. There is Leuconostoc mesenteroides, there is Lactobacillus plantarum, there's all sorts of microbes on here. And what we're going to do, what I'm going to show you how to do is create an environment where those microbes thrive, and they go through a range of, there being a broad range of microbes, and then as the lactobacillus produce that lactic acid, the environment becomes more acidic, and the microbes that like acid less start to die down, and those lactic acid bacteria start to thrive and take over. And as a result of that, a number of things happen. Firstly, what you put into your ferment is utterly transformed into something vibrant and tangy and more bioavailable for your digestive system. So not only does it make the nutrients in these vegetables more available to us to absorb, but also we get a plethora of beneficial microbes taking over, and we consume those too. So as a result of fermentation, we get transformed vegetables in a new and novel taste that just doesn't taste the same as how they were before. We get more accessible nutrients, and we get a load of probiotic microbes with us. And when we're working with vegetables in this way, we get fibre, prebiotic fibre, which is fibre that when we eat it, and it can't be absorbed in our small intestine, we do not have the enzymes to break down fibre. It gets to our large intestine because we can't absorb it, and it feeds the microbes living in our gut. And those microbes break down that fibre. Not only do they make those nutrients more available to us in our large intestine, but they also produce a dazzling array of metabolites, so byproducts from this fermentation process. Now the list is gigantic and slightly mind-blowing, but one of the main things they produce are a range of short-chain fatty acids, and they feed the cells lining our gut, our enterocytes. So those short-chain fatty acids help to support the lining of our gut. And of course, that is a crucial interface with the outside world. We have a huge amount of immune system in our gut, and we have a huge amount of nervous system in our gut. So those short-chain fatty acids are helping to maintain that gut lining nice and healthy, not inflamed, and doing its job of deciding what's going through that barrier into our blood and our lymphatic system and what isn't. So that is a crucial role, especially because we now know that more and more illnesses, cancers, dementia, diabetes, atherosclerosis, all sorts of things are being linked with an inflammatory process, and more people are beginning to think this process begins in our gut. So not only short-chain fatty acids, would you believe it, they produce dopamine, they produce serotonin, so they produce neurotransmitters, they produce brain-derived neurotrophic factor, they produce all sorts of things that our body needs. And in fact, what we're coming to understand is a lot of our internal processes have been outsourced to microbes. So there's, for example, as I said, the enzyme to break down fibre, we don't have it, we rely on our microbes to do it for us. In fact, there's good evidence that the mitochondria inside our cells, which are the absolute powerhouse that produce our energy for us, were once microbes that we've brought into our system to help us. So in this simple, pleasurable process to make delicious food, we are mirroring a process that originates inside us, which keeps us connected with how we're part of a circle. It makes the nutrients more bioavailable to us. It enriches our system with beneficial microbes as we're eating them. And it is really, really good fun. And what I have found personally is it reminds me that I'm part of something bigger. And I think it's really interesting with the COVID-19 stuff happening that we see viruses, we see microbes as a problem. There will be more viruses after COVID-19. And if we just sit back and rely on a vaccine, we aren't doing all of the other things we could be doing to support our health and to build our understanding of how our existence and our health is a continuum with these microbes. They were here before us, they will be here afterwards. They are pretty much everywhere. And if we can support them through fun things that connect us to our vegetables and to our natural environment to reinforce our place in that circle, I think it's a no-brainer. So I'm going to show you now just how easy this process is and what the simple safety checks are to make sure you are making the perfect environment for the beneficial bacteria to thrive. And at the end of it, you will have a tomato salsa that will blow your mind. And what I would really like you to remember is this is not only for tomato salsa, or it's not only for cabbage. Most things that contain carbohydrate, that contain sugary stuff, can be fermented. I've fermented mushrooms, I've fermented garlic buds, I've fermented nasturtium capers. It is the most wonderful rabbit hole to fall down that will be very enjoyable but also support your health. So let me show you how to make tomato salsa. This is one of my favourite fermenting recipes, and it is from my friend Derbla Reynolds, who wrote The Cultured Club, and she made up this recipe, and it is an absolute corker. The thing that I love about it is that it can, it's ready in 4 or 5 days if you want to eat it that quickly, if you can't wait. But equally, if you leave it for longer, it matures in the most exotic fashion. So I normally have to have a couple on the go so that I can eat one straight away and leave one for longer. So what you're going to need, and again, what I do want to emphasize with fermenting, that there aren't any strict rules. Generally the ingredients is cheap, so please feel free to experiment. You can tune into your sense of smell. look at things. If things don't look or smell right, you will know pretty quickly. But I have probably, in the 5 or 6 years I've been doing it, I've only had one ferment that hasn't worked. So trust your instincts and play. So whilst Dervla and I use these ingredients, you can tweak it. So we've got a couple of peppers, onion. I tend to go for red onion because the red represents more flavonoids in it than white onion, so I like to use the red onion. Some coriander, and we need a couple of cloves of garlic, the juice of a lemon, tomatoes. Obviously I tend to use 8 or so tomatoes. These ones aren't huge, so I might use a bit more today, and some cumin seeds. And I've also picked from the garden, which isn't in the original recipe, some thyme. So I'm also training in medical herbalism at the moment, and I'm exploring using medicinal herbs in my ferments. Now, thyme is a fantastic herb packed with essential oils. I can smell them, but you can't at the moment. And they are profound antimicrobials, which sounds like a bit bizarre that I'm putting them in a ferment where I want microbes to grow. But these thyme is really good at preventing problematic bacteria growing, and particularly in our respiratory system. So chucking some of that in my ferment felt like a good idea today. And some salt. Now I use Malden sea salt. It doesn't really matter what sort of salt you use. Some people like to use Himalayan salt. I don't tend to use common garden table salt because it tends to have quite a few packers in it, or bulking agents. So I like sea salt. Now, what the salt will do, as you will see in a minute, is draw out the moisture from the vegetables, break down the cell walls, but it also interacts with the constituents of the cell walls to keep your vegetables crispy. And no one really tends to like a soggy ferment. So, and salt is also antimicrobial, so it prevents problematic bacteria getting involved. So the first thing we're going to do is chop some onion. And one of the key things to fermenting is chopping things up reasonably small. So the reason that we're doing that is to increase the surface area available to the microbes for breaking down the sugars that they want access to. So reasonably small surface area is important. Now, the only vegetable that I don't tend to do this with is beetroot, because there is such a high sugar content. If you cut it really, really small, everything goes a little bit crazy, and the outcome isn't always very nice. But with most vegetables, nice small chunks means that you're making it easy as possible for those microbes to get access. Now, the other thing that I'm going to do just before I start is weigh my bowl, because other than small surface area, another important factor is percentage salt. So I always add 2% salt, which I promise is going to be the only maths that you have to do in this, but it means I need to know the weight of my vegetables at the end. So I'm going to put in the onion, and then we're going to cut up our pepper. You can use green pepper, yellow pepper, whatever's available to you. Take the seeds out. Cut them up. And pepper's obviously part of the capsicum family, so you've got lots of beneficial herbal constituents in here. Tastes marvellous, smells pretty amazing as well. Get those in there. Obviously, if you don't like pepper, you don't have to put pepper in. I can't emphasize enough how much in teaching this, humans want to get things right, whatever that means. And actually experimenting and finding out the results is one of the things that I love most about fermentation. I could probably call myself a little bit of a control freak, and fermenting foods has really helped with that, because you're not 100% in control of the process. So you get to do some stuff and find out what happens depending on what the microbes do, how warm your room is. Yeah. So in terms of variables, you've got the surface area that you provide will affect the rate of fermentation. The warmth of your room, so I normally have my ferments in my kitchen, or I've got a ferment cupboard in the corner of my room, and that's at normal room temperature, sort of 20-21 degrees. You'll find if the temperature goes up, things will happen much faster, and if the temperature goes down, microbial activity will slow. So when your ferment is ready, which is based on what your taste buds tell you, you can put your ferment in the fridge, and the fermentation process won't stop, but it will slow right down. So temperature is a factor, and time is a factor too. So normally within about 4 to 5 days of most ferments, we will be through what's called the heterofermentative stage. Now that's the stage where you've got a wide range of microbes, and they're producing a lot of carbon dioxide. So you know when bubbling stops that you're through that stage where there's lots of different microbes in action. And once you've got through that, you know that the lactobacillus style microbes have won the war. Well, not a war, but they've produced an environment that they thrive in by producing that lactic acid. And so that normally happens after sort of 4 to 5 days, which means any time from then you can start eating your ferment. But it's definitely worth leaving some longer to see what happens in this sort of controlled decomposition, which is what fermenting is. So you've got surface area, you've got time, temperature, and the amount of salt will have an effect too. But I normally just keep that at 2%. Yeah. If you're doing brines, sometimes you can do things whole, like little dill pickled cucumbers, and then you're adding salt water into the process over whole vegetables, but that's probably a whole different session. So the important thing that I have really noticed is that people have very different taste buds, and they like ferments at very different stages. So some people will like this ferment after 5 days, some people will like it after 5 months. And the truth is that this form of preservation will keep your ferment edible for years. So these preserved lemons, for example, I made in March 2019, and they're still good to go. And I think even this sauerkraut I actually made at Wells Food Festival a few years ago now as part of our Guinness World Records breaking event, and we did set the first ever Guinness World Records for the largest dish of bacterially fermented sauerkraut. So this is at least 2 years old, and they just develop in the most incredible way. So let your taste buds be your guide for you to decide when your ferment is ready. And the other thing that I would say is that sort of societally, we've kind of lost our taste for the tangy, acidic taste of ferments. We've become so obsessed with sweet. So it might take a little while for you to tune into this taste, but you will not regret doing so. So I'm just going to put in some lime juice. And I'm going to chop up some coriander. I think, as I understand it, some people, depending on their genetics, either love or utterly detest coriander, and it has a genetic basis to it. So I'm really sorry if you're one of those that despise coriander. I'm sure you could use parsley instead. I'm going to put a couple more tomatoes in there, I think. And then I'm going to put my garlic in. The smell is amazing. Now, the other thing I'd say with this ferment, or with all ferments when you're starting out, is I would recommend putting them on, we're going to pack them into a kilner jar in a minute, and I would put the kilner jar on a plate, because as those microbes take off, they do produce an impressive amount of carbon dioxide. And the environment that we're creating, we need to exclude oxygen. So it's an anaerobic environment. So the microbes that we want to thrive don't like oxygen, and your sort of common garden molds and those sorts of things do. So that means we tend to like to fill the jar up to push out oxygen at the top. And that means you have a reasonably full jar. So when carbon dioxide is produced, often the fluid is forced out the top. So you've got 3 cloves of garlic here, all over your lovely surface. So if you put it on a plate, that will catch all of that. So we're creating an anaerobic, so no oxygen, acidic environment. So that means things like botulism and the things that people tend to worry about do not thrive in this environment. We're making it perfect for the microbes that we want. There we go. So I'm going to just put a little bit of that lovely thyme in. Great respiratory support. It tastes delicious as well. And for anyone that wants a recipe, it is actually on my website, which is wondergut.com. So you can find the recipe there, or buy Derbler's fantastic book. Okie dokie. So I've got 920 grams of veg. This honestly, stick a bit of cumin in. If you like fennel instead, you can stick a bit of fennel in. This is just to my taste. So you need 2% salt. So if I've got 900 grams, say, of veg here, I'm going to need 18 grams of salt. Now, when you're starting out, I would recommend weighing the salt out in a different bowl, because if you slip, you're going to have a lot of salt, and then you have to add more veg or try and pick the salt out, and it gets a bit messy. So 18 grams of salt. Now, in terms of weaving this into your life, there we go, so I've got 18 grams. I'll do this alongside making dinner. Actually, when you know what you're doing, it's pretty straightforward, and you can do it very, very quickly. And then this will last months and months and months. So I've added the salt, 2% salt, and now I'm going to massage the salt through the vegetables. And it is another one of those important things, is to make sure the salt is well dispersed through the vegetables, so that it can have that action on drawing out the fluid and deterring problematic bacteria evenly. Oh, it smells magic. So what we're trying to do, and with the tomato sauce, which happens really quickly, is get to a point where the fluid, when you squeeze it, can you see that fluid running there? So that will take a bit longer if you're fermenting sauerkraut, for example. But we need that fluid because we're going to pack this into that jar, and make that fluid will rise to the top to block oxygen getting to the vegetables. So with cabbage, it takes a bit longer. With sweet potato, you can do sweet potato ferments. Again, it takes a bit longer. I'll just literally, you can keep massaging, or you can, if you haven't quite got the juice coming out, just put the bowl to one side and let the salt do its work. So that happens very quickly with my salsa. Look at that. So we're now going to pack it into a kilner jar, or kilner type jar. I use kilner jars because they've got the rubber edging, which allows the carbon dioxide to escape. People do use jam jars, but you do get issues with the lactic acid making the lid rust. And obviously, if you seal that top, there's nowhere for the carbon dioxide to go. So make sure you've got a jar where the carbon dioxide can escape. Now, this is my one piece of technology, a pickle packer. But you can use a flat-ended rolling pin or just put it in with your fist. And what you're doing here, so if you're just using your fist, you just push down like that. Obviously, I've washed my hands. What you're trying to do here is push out air, because we don't want air in here, because the microbes that we aren't encouraging like air. And to push up the moisture. I don't know if you can see the moisture starting to rise up there. So can you see, I mean it is a bit squidgy, but you can just see the fluid starting to rise to the top there. And that is going to be our protection from mould and other things that we don't want to grow. So it looks like I could have put a little bit more veg in to get right to the top there. And that's the ideal, is to come up probably to this level here, just to exclude as much air from the kilner as you can. So that's it. Some people will put like a very clean pebble, or some people fill plastic bags with water to hold down their ferment. I don't want to put plastic in contact with my ferment, and I find that there's enough fluid within even now to keep the vegetables under the fluids that have come out of them. So then I shut that up, and I will put it on a plate and put it out at room temperature and watch. And what you will see within 3 to 4 days, you will see bubbling. You might see fluid on your plate afterwards. And as I said, within 4 to 5 days, you can taste it and start eating it, or leave it for longer. So just to recap, the key things that you need to be aware of is cutting the surface area of the vegetables small to allow the microbes access, 2% salt mixed in well, and then ensuring that those vegetables are pushed under the level of their fluid, so you don't pack them in until the fluid's really, really running. And in that way, you've created an oxygen-free environment with plenty of surface area for the microbes to get going, to produce that lactic acid, to acidify the environment, to discourage the microbes that you don't want, and create the haven for the microbes that you do. And along the way, what will affect how fast it goes is the amount of time that you leave it and the temperature in the room that you put it in. So if you've got a relatively cold house, then you might not see activity for 7 or 8 days. But if you live in a very warm house, then the activity, the fermentation will go much, much faster. So there it is. I really, really encourage you to experiment with this. It is the most fantastic fun, makes delicious food, is beneficial to your health, and in a way key to me is that reconnecting with our environment and our place in the grander scheme of things. So not seeing microbes as our enemy, but a part of us, which I think is going to be essential for our future on this planet. If you've got any questions coming out of this session, please do head to wondergut.com and email me through there, and I'll be really happy to help with any questions that you may have. So enjoy yourselves and enjoy doing some fermenting. Hi, I'm
Saskia of Saskia's Flower Essences, which is based in Wincanton, and I'm really looking forward to talking to you about using flower essences in food and drink today. Usually they're used as drops under the tongue, so think bark flower remedies rather than essential oils, and they're used for behavioural and emotional issues. However, they can also be used on a much lighter note for adding to food and drinks. So I first started getting into flower essences in the turn of the century, year 2000, that kind of time, when my life was a mess, my kids were being a nightmare, my relationship was falling apart, and I really needed some help. And a friend who was a homeopath suggested we tried flower essences. She was also having a hard time. So we tried them, and the ones we were using were the Australian flower essences. So they were from plants that I didn't know. Being a florist and a gardener professionally, I kind of knew my plants, but I had no emotional connection to them. So we thought we'd give it a go. It didn't seem too difficult a thing to get on with when we read it in the book, how to make one. And so here I am, like 20 years on, with a kind of flourishing business making and selling flower essences. So flower essences basically are drops that you take under your tongue, the vibration of the plant held in water, and the water has alcohol added, which fixes the information into the bottle. So basically one of these bottles contains the vibration of a plant. It contains no material matter, so it doesn't smell, it doesn't taste of herbs or anything like a tincture would be, but it has the message of that plant in it. So a bit like a record holds the vibration of someone's voice or a song that you can then listen back to whenever you want and have that feeling of that song. A flower essence has, well, these are combinations, but the single essences just contain the vibration of one particular plant. So when you take those drops into your body, all the water in your body gets the feeling of being like an oak tree or a buttercup or whatever the essence is that you're taking. And so it reprograms your body and how you think and your emotions and how you behave. So how you make them is quite a simple process. It's not as difficult as making a record, but you have a bowl of spring water and you float the flowers on the top, and the sunshine takes a photo of in theory, it doesn't actually take a photo, but it takes a photo of the vibration of that plant and holds it between the water molecules. And then after a few hours, you take the flowers out and you add alcohol, and that fixes it in there. So you've got a liquid that just holds that vibration of that plant, and then you dilute that down. So it's not you don't dilute it down like you would in homeopathy. It's only a couple of times diluted, but that makes it so it's at the level that the human body can absorb. So usually they're used for emotional behavioural problems. We're not allowed to say they help with physical things, but in general we understand that how we are emotionally affects how our physical behaviour, and lots of stress related illnesses are caused by us being stressed out or anxious or depressed or whatever. So they've really come into their own recently, the flower essences, because people have been really needing them. So another way of using flower essences, which a bit like having a relationship, you can kind of take it on all sorts of levels. With flower essences, you can either take them just as a one-off, like you might do with rescue remedy, just when you've had an accident, or when you're public speaking, so you can use the speaking with confidence, for instance, just as a light thing, or you can go on a deep personal development journey with them. And one of the really nice ways of using them is just on the light-hearted front, is to use them in food and drink. I wouldn't actually use them in hot food and drink. I usually recommend people use them like in cold. We're going to make up a spritzer here as a non-alcoholic version with my Sexy and Gorgeous in it, which is very good. So you could add, if you wanted, kind of on a chef level, you can take them to add a different dimension. So you could add like blackberry flower essence to like a blackberry coulis, or to pour a sauce that you pour over blackberry and apple crumble, for instance, to give it make it more blackberry, or make it more like crab. We'd make a crab apple essence, so that could be used to make something feel like crisper and cleaner. So like add it to a sorbet, or just like with making food in general, your imagination's kind of as wide as it can go really with using essences. So yeah, so just a simple punch, and you might just I've got some elderflower cordial someone made for me. So you just like you normally do, just put a bit in. And then add your fizzy water, which doesn't sound very fizzy. A bit of lemon, a bit of mint, whatever you normally put in, those sort of things. A few mint leaves there. And I've got some borage in my arrangement that came from my garden. And then, yeah, just a few drops of whichever flower essence you want. And there you go. Cheers. That's rather good. So the possibilities with food and drink are endless, really. We've got a range of 46 different essences, and each one has a different personality to it. As I said, you might want to use blackberry in something, or this carrot essence might be really good. Carrot's very as we know, carrots are kind of very grounding and solid and warming, and they're very good for organisational issues if you're going to take it on a different level. So the carrot is actually in our Focus, Energise, Create blend that's there, and lots of people find that really, really useful. So yeah, so that once you've got that's what we discovered when we were making them, was once you've got a selection of single essences, especially me using, having been a florist for a long time, very tempting to mix them up into mixes. Of Rescue Remedy is the most famous, and that's our shock release. But I think if Bach had lived longer, Edward Bach was the guy who first invented flower essences in the 1930s. I think if he'd lived longer, he would have made more combinations. The Breathe Deep Seek piece is very good for people who find trouble sleeping or relaxing or stopping worrying. And in fact, we won an award for better product with that one, which we're rather chuffed with. So yeah, so that's a basic intro to flower essences, if you like, and some ideas of how you might use them, what you might use them for. If you want to find out more, obviously I'm online, but also got a little shop in Wincanton where we are today. And yeah, come and visit me there.
The natural world is incredible. And by nature, it's cyclical. Day turns to night, seasons come and go, child becomes parent. Everything is connected and delicately balanced. As organic farmers, we see the amazing things nature can provide. We also see how people and intensive modern farming can damage it. But nature is resilient. It's evolved to look after and restore itself. It will find a way as long as we let it. We need to work with nature, not against it. For us, that means farming organically. And we've been doing it for 25 years. Saying no to artificial fertilisers, being cleaner and greener, looking out for our neighbours, and creating better packaging, all so we can make wholesome food as nature intended. We're doing our bit, and now you can do yours. By choosing organic, little and often, we can all live a more sustainable life. So that one day, we will see nature back to its best. Because the natural world is incredible. Put nature first. For you, wildlife, the world.